Forgot to stream on the platform that shall not be named. So now we just ask the kitchen, can we move there? So then when our character goes to try and move to a position, we do this first. And the problem right now is that kitchen is not static. So okay, now we're going to remove the collision stuff from the player controller. We don't need this crap anymore. And unless we do something with physics for particles, I think we can turn physics off completely for this game. I don't think we need it. Can you do that in Godot? Can you just turn physics off? Dummy is a 3D physics server that does nothing and only returns dummy values, effectively disabling all 3D physics functionality. Okay, so that's probably what we want. But I think we'll need it for, I still think we'll need it for particle effects. Although even, I'm not even sure. I mean, there is gravity and stuff for, we'll see. Probably still need it for that. check the kitchen scene. All right. You play my game. Do you think it needed to have a text chat system that tells you how hard you hit a monster, how hard it hits you, if you block or not? I think that's always a good idea, but you could always just pop that on the screen briefly, right? Are you talking about like a log? Mom used to spank me so hard the damage number appeared. Indeed. I mean, I think that's kind of useful, but I don't know that it needs to be there all the time. So this is on ready. But we're not adding. I used to be spanked. Got it for the weirdest stuff. Dude, my brain is fried, guys. It's just sometimes doing class with a kid just burns my brain out. Bad child. Is a culprit. There we go. Got him. Gibbity got him. Gibbity got him. All right. Almost done. Oh, ripping this stuff out. Oh, no issue. Just make it a game. Not everything's in, like... just making a game. How you doing, Obsidian? Do you have a shout out for Sean? Sean, do you have an itch page or anything to share? So that I can build my custom shout out. I did that temporarily and was immediately like, I'm getting rid of this. I don't need it. And it actually is like, it's just too much. It's like, I actually have to do all this work to make it act right. And I really don't need to do that. So I'm not going to. I don't like going to work, so I don't think I'm going to anymore. That's working. It's going all right. How you doing, Mariana? Hope you're doing good. Hope life treats you well. Wait, I already have Sean Dewhurst. Right here. Oh, it's case sensitive. Son of a biscuit. Oh, it's a single S. Sorry, I screwed it up. Should be a single S. You'll be okay.
Jason!
Although now I don't hear it.
Jason!
Tonight you guys hear it, but I don't hear it. What's that about? Hang on a second. Why don't I hear it?
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Nah, I don't. Try it now.
Jason!
There we go. Now I hear it.
Just be yourself. Be yourself.
Jason!
Be yourself. Be yourself.
The secret sounds. That cozy mall feeling. The feeling you get when you hear a father panicking, having lost his son in the mall. So my son has taken to think that it's hilarious when we can't find him. And he just remains dead silent and hides and thinks it's the greatest thing ever. So the apple did not fall far from the tree. I am being punished for all the things I did to my parents. Stop it. Get some help. That would be a good one. There's a great quote from on My Name is Earl as well that I want to add about the internet. Okay. So now we're just about to the part where we can move our player around. I think we'll use a marker. I see the problem. Mm-hmm. 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 Let's see. What is it about Marker 3D? Are they completely removed at runtime? You guys remember? There's something about marker 3Ds, right? And it's just the way they display in the 3D editor. Is that it? As far as I know, they're just invisible. Wow, your mom is a marker node. Guys, if we could just cool down the violent rhetoric. It's gotten so bad lately. World, what the world needs now is love, sweet love. Renders across the 3D editor. Yeah, and it doesn't, yeah, okay. Roger that. Cricket's lost his mind. He's gone insane. Call it kitchen location. How about that? Kitchen. Yeah, some of this stuff needs to be somewhere else. But we're prototyping, baby. We're prototyping. Who gives a crap? What's he doing? The Scooby-Doo running thing. All right, we'll fix that. I see the problem. It's all relative, baby. Yeah, all these spots are going to be fine because we're not offsetting. Okay, let me fix it. Not much room for A/B testing. Someone must have turned off the debug flag off when I was a toddler because Dad stopped appearing. What's going on? Sean's like me. He's a totally different person in chat than he is when he's streaming. Sean does exactly what I do when I'm in someone's chat, where I'm just like, can I make him laugh? Like I try to suss out someone's sense of humor and make him laugh. There's a shout out to Obsidian. Nymphis, you've got a itch page, right? Can you give me a link? You got one? This new thing I'm doing, I like it because I can just shout out. They don't have to be streamers. I'm gonna just shout out anybody who has any projects. You got something to show me? You got something? Oh, yeah. I did find cruise control is this cool thing that you just add into your OBS as a browser window, and it has a simple scripting language for doing stuff. And I find it really helpful to make it like real easy for me to update but it is even that feels like a lot of work. Like I kind of envy the people that can do like cool layouts and like cool break scenes and I'm just like, I feel like I'm the equivalent of like a cardboard box. Like I'm writing something on a cardboard box and holding it up. That's how it feels. Are you using the OBS specifically? No, not Streamlabs, no. So the way cruise control works is it runs locally on your machine as a website. So it's just a local URL. It's not hosted or anything like that. It's just like you load the page in the browser. So like, here's what it looks like. The URL. Yeah, you could do this on Linux. You could do this on Linux, no problem. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Cruise control. Here we go. So like for me, it's just the actual address is just this, right? So I just have a browser source that's just this right here. And that's cruise control is the index.html. There's nothing that it's doing inside OBS. It's not displaying anything or whatever, but it connects. You connect it to your chat and to other things if you want. And then you just have like I can send you the link to it. It's really handy. It's closest to what I've wanted for managing streams and adding like custom commands and stuff like that without too much configuration. Just the first time setup, and then it just constantly reissues itself a key from your. You give it an API key from OBS. Here's the link to it, and then you just have a bunch of cool commands and stuff that you can access. So you can talk to OBS itself. You can get information from OBS and you can send WebSocket commands to OBS. So you can create things like you could make it so that like when I would go to my break, I used to have it roll an ad immediately. But just clicking on this, I would trigger a command in for Twitch to roll an ad, right? I've gotten rid of that. I only roll an ad on when you first connect now. But so you can you can get those events. You can respond to those events and stuff, and then you have like different triggers. Exactly, JD. And then there's Twitch triggers, so on chat, etc. It's just a little bit cumbersome because it doesn't JD. How you doing, man? Like variables and arrays and stuff in it are a little bit of a pain in the ass to manage. But besides that, it's pretty decent for the things that I do. Like for instance, I have a custom shout out, you know, where exclamation point the person's name, and anybody could do that. Well, I have it from, this is B is broadcaster, M is moderator, and this is the delay.
Jason!
And so for instance, like with the shout out commands, it's the exclamation point S, and then I just look at the different argument. And I'm looking for, if it's these ones, then I play this sound, and so on. So BM is broadcaster and moderator, and then there's B, you can do like E for everyone. Yeah, you could do a shout out and so it does the Twitch shout out as well, like the Twitch shout out command, but then I also have this like little message that we put in chat. And I could have it play a sound when I do that too, but I don't. Or whatever. Your bowels moving. BM, big poop. Big poopin'. Big poopin'. How you doing, JD? Wow, 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 wow. Were you away for a while? I keep forgetting you don't have to shut the game down. Till to this day, I do that. I own an island off the coast of Costa Rica. I also jumped straight to Jurassic Park. Oh, man. iguanas that seemed like the size of dinosaurs. So closer to the book than the movie. Why are we suddenly... See, I keep stopping it. Why am I doing that? Bug and resource logic. Hmm. Keep hitting stop. I gotta stop that. Aha! Mm-hmm. Okay. We're learning. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. Now let's fix the animations because it's jank. Okay. Figured out what's going on. All right, so we're not using physics anymore for movement. And we got
Ready
it.
for the ride of your life.
Indeed. So we do need to define. Ooh, yeah. Ugh. It's worse than I thought. Worse than I thought. See, a lot of this is. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, Joseph, and Mary. Jesus, Joseph, and Mary. I'm doing a game every 30 days and seeing what with what I got and seeing if I like it, seeing if I want to continue with it. That's the basic plan right now. Ideally, I'd like to have 2 games up in the air at the same time. Okay, well, we're not going to fix this problem right away. We're going to pretend like it's not an issue. But I know it's there. I know it's there. I think one way to fix it is to I just want to finish a single game. Dude's over here busting out 2 a month. Just 1 a month. And some of them aren't, like the G Police one, I didn't even end up with anything. I did do the inner tube game though. That was I was possessed with that thing. Possessed. Speaking of possessed, watched Beetlejuice. Haven't quite finished it. Beetlejuice. It was just couldn't couldn't find the right G spot for G Police. It's true. It was a weird rehash of the first one. I wasn't expecting Tim Burton to just kind of throw the towel in and be like, you remember the first one and when this part happened? Because we're going to do that again. Like, oh, okay. Remember that other part where we did this? We're going to do that again. It's like, oh. You guys remember the bridge? There it is. You guys remember this? Because it's there again. It's all right. Feels like they could have said it anywhere. Right. Yeah, I know. Because they were, that's the crazy part is they were like her surrogate parents. And they just sort of like tossed them out. And we're like, yeah, we don't want to have to do any de-aging. And we can't even get the actors to come back, so we'll just not even bother with that. So is the rule about Beetlejuice in concession? So if I say Beetlejuice and then taco and then Beetlejuice and then taco and then Beetlejuice, it's not going to activate him. You have to say it 3 times in a row, right? I presume. It has a bit of the problem with Gremlins. It's got some gremlin logic issues. Yeah. They brought in that oh, is that why he got was that the deal? Oh my gosh. Well, fuck that guy. That makes 3 tacos appear instead. Damn. I didn't know that. I thought it was just a traditional, like, he said the wrong thing on Twitter and so he's not going to be in movies anymore. I didn't know it was something like that. See, that's an admirable use of hey, we're not dealing with you anymore. But they still brought it back. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they did have him get bitten in half by a shark. So when he's in hell, or not hell, but the afterlife, he's just half of him. This is true. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yeah. Yeah, Ferris Bueller, Sleepy Hollow. I mean, at a certain point, you separate the art from the artist. Sometimes it's easier not to know who even made something. That's sort of the ignorance of childhood that you're granted as a child. You can just enjoy something and not even think about that stuff. You know? It's a DMV. Hell is accurate. Well, that was something else that had me scratching my head is because in Beetlejuice, they introduce hell. And I was like, well, that's weird. That's a very Christian... Like, at the same time, they sort of make fun of Christianity in the movie, but then they embrace one of the sort of Christian elements of, like, eternal damnation and fire. And it's like, wait a minute. Hold on. Now nothing's making sense. I'm all just like, from a theist standpoint, I'm like, what's going on here? What is this? Like, next there's going to be Jesus walking around. What is this? He's all just like, he's just like hopping around like this. The Beetlejuice version of Jesus would be hilarious. He'd just be like, like bouncing around. Oh, God. Oh, God. Sadly, on that note, I must bow out and prep for my own stream. All right, Obsidian. See ya. Maybe I'll take the Soul Train out of here. That was another weird thing is the music stuff was, it just felt weird compared to the original. Something was off about all of it. Maybe it was a nice place to tell all the dead people effed it up. Yeah, probably. I mean, think about it. If there is an afterlife, instead of coming in clean and pure like a child into the world, we're like the leftovers. It's like the world has beaten us and, you know, into a pulp, and then we go to this other place and we're just like, well, screw it, man. I'm not picking up my trash. Somebody else could do it. I'm imagining Beetlejuice Jesus now, and it's cracking me up. He's just super sweet and kind, but he has to bounce around. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'll stop. Anyways. Juice. I don't even know how to. Kunk. Oh, here comes Jesus. What? What are you talking about? Kunk. Ah, you'll see. Kunk. You just hear like a. Ugh! I've had worse. Kunk. Okay. So, can you set the grid snapping in 3D, guys? You guys know. Or do I have to trick it by changing the scale of the thing? Configure snap. Here we go. Ah, snap. Okay. So if we do a scale snap like that. Let's see here. Yeah. See 0.25. Shoot. Some of this stuff needs a little loving. Because the center, we'd still want it to be. Yep. Okay. Okay. Now, is this on the kitchen? Or is this in the project? Configure snap. So this is problematic if it's on the projects. It isn't. Okay. So if I change the snap here back to 1, and then I go over here, it should be back to 1. It isn't. Save it. Close. Reopen. Configure snap. It's still on 2. What about this one? Transform, configure snap. It's on 1. Okay, so it's on the scene. On the scene level, right? That's good. Yes. Okay. So if we have a snap of 2, then as long as everything's symmetrical, then we gotta deal with these offsets that we need to assign to specific sons of bitches. Okay. And that has more to do with the center point of the mesh than anything. So, okay. Really, do we push the mesh around? We do. I think we do. All right, cool. All right, I've got to go tinkle. I'll be right back, and then we'll get back to work. I'm excited about where we're going with this. There's the pug walking by. Mr. Pig, is that live or is that in the past? That appears to be in the past. So who knows what it's going to look like here in a couple seconds when it updates. I will be right back. Some music on for you sons of bitches. Jesus Beetlejuice. I am imagining Jesus Beetlejuice now, and it's cracking me up. Oops, we did that one. Oh, Ray. I'm imagining Aqua Fantasy. This is a Japanese. Hell yeah. 1990s Japanese synth music. From 1990. I was 9 years old. Be right back. Nick, what's up? Yeah, I'm kind of in a slow day kind of thing too. Hey, yesterday I went for some groceries and there was some even Bam in the middle on the state of the Gimli actor. What? And there was some event, Bam, in the middle of this state. The Gimli actor. Oh. I don't like this music. He's still around? I would have thought he'd be dead by now. He'll always be the professor from Sliders for me. Looks so cute. Oh. Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
Cool?
Yeah, cool.
You think it's cool?
It's cool.
It's not cool.
Irregular Huben, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Let's do a shout out. Devereaux, what's up? How's things going for you? Gonna scrub the stream. Ooh, Blender. I'm still a loser who's not doing Blender yet.
To use
Substance Painter today? Nice.
the bool tool. It's very hard to actually. It's actually very hard to find a statement that everyone. Please. I know that's a weird thing to say, but
Man, that looks great.
learned my second German phrase. Thanks to stream, we have a good change of curtains.
It's Oktoberfest. How do you think Germany is doing right now?
I'm not made of shit.
Probably really good. Hopefully.
And fewer too.
That's
There we go. I need to wait 17 seconds.
that's like Calvin when he wants to get on the stream.
Either way, that's true. That is true.
Look at this.
True, to be honest.
Looks so good.
Please don't hate
Well,
me.
I'm not jealous at all. I'm not holding in my jealousy. Congratulations on being able to do amazing work in Blender. I don't hate your guts at all. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We are doing some crappy animation stuff right now. The character movement is crap. Everything is crap. Trying to translate some 3D models into data structures, and it's going swimmingly. We have all kinds of weirdness going on with our movement. Practice. I don't consider myself to be good in Blender, though. Gooder than me. Gooder than me. Look at how we can kind of move around where we shouldn't. Look at how crappy we move around, too. What is that about? Now, all of a sudden, we can move where we shouldn't at all. Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay, it's because we're not snapping. So that's the snap. I also bake inside my cabinets. Excellent. Good to know. Good to know. All right, let's look at our kitchen scene here. We're going to have some sort of special node for assigning the player position. Starting position. Marker. And we'll start right here. Looks good to me. Beautiful. Excellent. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I really do appreciate it. I'm a I didn't get a lot of sleep, so I'm a little bleh. A little bleh. Let's see if that fixes it. Uh-oh. So marker 3 doesn't inherit node 3D? It does inherit node 3D. What's our problem? Oh, dot position. Relativity, baby.
I can't believe you've done this.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Dr. Oops. Dr. Oops. Thanks for the follow. Dr. Oops. I did. One of those was right. Excellent. Thanks for the follow. Nailed it. Nailed the landing. Is it break? Yeah, we don't want to break the for loop. Continue should do what I'm asking it to do. I mean, we could just go like this. Is node 3D. Otherwise, we don't do anything. Trying to ignore this not node. Trying to assign value type node to value of node 3D. Down here. Pinned. It's all children. What's the issue? All together now. Oh, I'm working on a cozy baking game. That's what's going on here, guys. Thanks for coming in. What the hell is he talking about? Trying to assign value type node on ready right here. Trying to assign value of type node to variable of type node 3D. What are you talking about? I have nothing about types here. What are we bitching about? What are we bitching about? Okay, so we have our start position correct, but what is it complaining about? Look at our movement. It's such crap. Look at this. We can go in between. Ooh. Okay, what is going on here? What is going on here? So this is correct. But why is that error happening all of a sudden? I do not know. So if child is not node 3D, we can do continue. That's fine. And then we'll inline this. Okay. So that's a little easier to read, but still, why are we getting this error all of a sudden? We still have a race condition on our load. Our load is so fast, it creates a race condition. It's a race war. Node type. Trying to assign the value of node to a variable of type node 3D. What are we talking about right now? Okay, it's definitely this. In 1866. Abraham Lincoln ended the race condition. Is there any skip that we see? Is that the problem? Should still be able to do a test on it, right? It still doesn't explain. The error is actually here. That seems to have fixed it, but the error is actually happening on Vec 2, not this. That's what, it's very misleading. All right, that looks pretty good. So on our models, we can start to get rid of all the physics stuff. Although we could use it for particles. All right, let's get the, now that we've got this going, switching to grid movement and removing physics. Okay, that's done. Done, baby. Let's go ahead and update Obsidian. And we'll move on. Carry it on. Dude, Firefox is crashing all the time right now. Brah. Cozy Baking Game. Untitled Kanban. Cozy Kanban. To do. Doing. Done. All right. Booyakasha. And then we're going to say restore session. Hell yeah. Restore that beautiful bean footage. Okay. So let's start really cooking. Oh shit! He said the thing. First of all, is there a cozy theme that we can get going for Obsidian? How do we how do we get, like, we're in the dark mode. Use dark mode. Hotkeys. Use light mode. How do I change? Does anyone know? Bro, I don't know. Ah, burns the eyes. We gotta make this cute for everybody. Oh my god, the goggles do nothing. We gotta make this cute for everybody. We gotta say to everybody, hey, We're just we're a non-threatening, cozy game developer. Come join us on the stream. We promise not to hurt anybody. Peach is pretty good. Peach is really non-threatening. He's a fucking psycho. This guy's a lunatic. Lavender's good. We're gonna go with Peach, aka Pink. Yeah, light themed defenders represent. All right, now we're in official cozy territory with the theme of our Obsidian documents. Okay, so now let's plot out our next moves for the 30 days that we have left. 25 days that we have left. For interesting. I think in general, just looking at something that's shooting beams of light into your eyes is just not good. I think if we could have more lit paper surface where the light is behind us lighting the screen and we're seeing reflected light, that would be far better for us. My eyes exist to receive beams of light directly into my eyes. Yes, but generally I'm not doing this to the sun all day. Generally I'm looking at what the sun lights. That's what I mean. Not that a monitor nearly is the same thing as looking at a sunlight. So action, open drawers / cabinets, action, hold thing, action, place thing, action thing. So this is the problem with nouns, or is it even a noun? Is it a... All right. So what? It's not a verb. So it is a verb. Okay, so using a verb, action, hold. So we're using two verbs here. So how about just call it hold? Hold, place, open. And then I guess we'll call it do thing. So each thing, like let's say, God. Fuck. So you got a pot on a stove. Do thing is like, okay, you can take the pot off the stove or you can put something in the pot. Right? Seem pretty reasonable to me right now. Are you guys familiar with Inkle? Open drawers and cabinets, hold thing, place thing, do thing. I think I'm gonna use it for the story stuff. Yeah, it's like a dynamic It's like a story scripting language. It's wonderfully simple, but you can build a lot of complexity with it. It's wonderful. Yeah. Might mean I have to use C#. Yeah, they did. Might have to have my my game be a mono build just to be able to use it. But at that point, I might as well use the NuGet repository instead. Well, somebody's already done the work to translate it into something you can access via GDScript. I'm not in Godot 3 now. Whatever you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean. Let's not be pedantic. You know what I mean. Damn it. Do we always have to be such nerds? Are we really that? I suppose we are. Just being pedantic. All right. So now we have can move to. So here's the question: is when we're looking at something, what do we call it? Because we have update interactable menu, and we have this thing we do here. So we could just ask the kitchen layout for the array of things. Get objects at. You know what else we could do? Is we just ignore the floor nodes. Hang on a second, guys. I'm having an apostrophe. If we don't add the floor nodes, we don't have to check for them. So the floor nodes, we just don't add them. So if a node is not or child is floor node, then we just skip it. Look at that. Get objects at. So now we're actually only just going to get real stuff. So this is like drawers, cabinets, etc. So then we basically just say get objects at. And if we use 3D position, we'll just use a 3D position. At position vector 3. And we turn it into 2D position. And then we just return complete layout. Okay, this isn't too bad. This is going to return an array. And it is an array of kitchen stuff, but we're not going to worry about that. Okay, so then we get back just an array of nodes. Now, should the kitchen worry about its own state? Maybe it should. I normally don't like to have things separated anymore like this. But since we're going to have multiple different kitchen types, I'm not too angry about this. Because what we could do is on top of let's describe some of the kitchen stuff. We need to update the stream title. Okay, really working on interacting the stream title now. Boots and pants. So now we need a cozy theme for Godot as well, guys. What you got for me, bros? We need a cozy theme for Godot. We have to be as appealing to as possible to the cozinesses of people out there. Kitchen layout 25. Unexpected S. Whoops. My bad. Get objects at. That's reasonable. Update interactable menu. So when we're facing a direction, so we need to be able to face a direction, which we can't do right now. We'll get that going. We're using inheritance. I can't believe this, guys. Hey, Schultz. Oh no, the German Shepherd. He's got his little his weak little ear. He's got a hot spot. Turns into a crybaby whenever he scratches it. All right. What do we call this? What do we call this? This is the majority of our time is interactable menu, UI face button visible, right. Interact. By default, we'll say false. And then if we're something like a cabinet, well, then we'll say true. So that's on ready. Func ready. Void. You guys hear something? So the answer is true. So now if we go through update interactable menu. So if we get so how do we get our facing direction? Basis? Is that how you do it? So after all this happens, Okay, so we should be able to get objects at forward. Let's see if that works. I love how shitty this looks right now. But we have a lot of systems in place. My daughter, she's got a kitchen she designed. And now I can't move. This is good. This is going good, guys. I think we might have broken... Let's see. Let's see what we did here. Because we might have broken... No. False. Why don't we just return this? What? Look at that. Come on, Cricket. But Gorley, how's it going, man? I liked your game a lot, dude. I was thinking about Johnson, what's up? I was thinking about adding some kind of, I guess, a little more personal stuff maybe with this thing. It's right here, this. So continue, the keyword continue in Godot for a for loop means it skips the current thing and goes, it continues the for loop, right? That's how I understood it. Somehow it's still adding the floor node. These are flow nodes, right? This one in particular. This is the one. Yeah, this is a floor node. Something wrong with my logic. If it is not a node 3D or it is a floor node, we skip it. How about we just say, just to be super clear. Those are fine Twitters. Does Todd, are you streaming at all? Shout out to Johnson. Working hard. Can do Blender like a son of a bitch. Little asshole doing Blender. Damn it, Johnson! What's going on? Huh. Is this like stashed? Blending as we speak. I'm not jealous. I really got to get into it. So I was thinking for this game, because I'm trying to integrate my daughter into the development of it as much as possible. Oh, apparently we just had to clear it. I think ready is getting called multiple times. Okay, so now we have the movement. Obviously the animation's crap. We don't want it to look like that. But I was thinking for my daughter to be able to contribute for the characters of the game, that what we might want to do is I was going to have her build characters in Play-Doh, and then I would scan them using one of those iPhone apps, and then bring it into Blender and then clean it up. Greg was actually, second favorite was saying he had something to do that with, and then I could have her do the texturing and stuff on it. The body, the problem is I don't know, like, I don't know. There's a bunch of problems. Somehow we got offset as well. Photogrammetry, yeah. Fun fact, I only buy this brand and color, so every sock matches every sock. Yes, that is the way. That is the way. You ever get embarrassed by something you're stuck on? Where you're like, this really shouldn't be anything that I'm stuck on right now. And alas, it happens. Okay, well, we're back in business. No, not idiot. I'm an idiot. Oh, Pagorli says that. I have like 4 different brands. Only always, says JD. I shared a song in someone's Discord, and I was like, this is me streaming. This song is how I feel whenever I stream. Let me show you. I'll put it on. I'll lay the track down. Here it is. Get ready to have your hearts tugged at.
My name is Jimmy Brown. The name of this song is Every Time I Speak, I Regret It Immensely. Every time I speak, I regret it immensely. I feel such shame, and I regret it intensely. I open my mouth, and words come out. They sound like shit. I regret it. Every time I speak, I regret it immensely. The words I say endlessly offend me. I wish my thoughts would hide.
That would be great.
My thoughts are shit. My words are too. But I say them anyway, because I don't know what else to do. I wish I didn't have a hole in my face, but I need it there, so I can stuff food in my face. Every time I speak, I regret it immensely. I feel such shame, and I regret it intensely. My name is Jimmy Brown. The name of this song is, or was, Every Time I Speak, I Regret It Immensely.
All right, back to work. I could just use the global space in the check and remove. How about we do that? So, okay. Instead of futzing around with this offset, this is one of those things, right? Where I'm like, why didn't I do that before? I feel like an idiot. But we're okay. We're okay. So that means we can get rid of. And just do that, right? We shouldn't be able to move in there now. It lies to us. Hang on. Let's compare global position to move to position. Up. Why is our global position so large? It should only be 1,000. Global position is game offset? Game itself is in the wrong. Why is game at... Let's move to position. But yeah, no. What? What is going on here? What? Nothing is making any sense right now. What? What? Oh my god! You guys know what's going on? Because oh my god. Okay, hang on. Am I moving the entire world? Dude, what is going on? What is changing the game position? Here it is, right here. Here's our problem. Okay. Lovely 3D transforms. Okay, so now it's still acting like it is changing. Something's not right now. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Still don't know what's going on here. Why is the game world itself moving? As far as I can tell, there's nothing left to change for it. What we could do is, I don't know. I gotta put on my go-to mixes here. It's my jam right now. I like this one. All right. So we know that the whole game world is moving along in parallel with everything else. I did start and restart the Godot project because sometimes there's like weirdness with that stuff. Now it seems to be fine. No, look at that. That is bizarre. Okay. What the hell's going on here? Is there anything on the character? No. Oh! There it is. God bless it. We got it. Okay. It was on a tween. Oh, and that fixes our other issue. Okay. Hey! It actually looks kind of decent now. And now we can't go over there, and we can go over here, but we'll get blocked. Okay, good. Jeez Louise. Okay. Okay. I'm going to try and screw it up. No, we're okay. Okay. So now, if we can't move in a direction, we want to be able to face that direction. But besides, we're going to ignore that for now. What we care about right now is trying to get the inventory of said areas in front of us. And we're looking. And we're seeing nothing. Oh, wait. Kitchen corner inner. So there's that. Okay. Ape happy. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So now that we got that squared away, we're back in the land of sane. So we have to fix some stuff about our mesh stuff. So, and this is all because of I didn't model this, so it's not done in a way that I would want it. And so it's doing stuff that I don't want it to do. I would like to be able to throw a cabinet on and have it be flush to the wall. But right now, when you throw it in, the center point of the cabinets, for instance, is not correct. Let me show you what I mean. We have wall cabinet. So I bring this in. Well, the corner one is right. Okay, that one's right. It's making me a liar right now. Single left. Here we go. That one's right too. WTF, mate. Cabinet straight. Well, it's being... Oh, it's nested inside. You see that? I don't want that. Right? It shouldn't be that deep. That, Or are they imagining that the cabinets are actually in the wall? That's not what I'm imagining. So, this is an example of the mesh being not the way we want it. If I were to open this scene, we are... Look at that. So this is our problem. If I open up, say, the drawers... Let's find that. Countertop. So if I put this in here, and then I open this up, where I add center. You see that? So we need to be flush. We're going to be on a 2x2 grid, and this needs to be over here. Like There, right? Somewhere like that, right? So we want to move the entire mesh back. So how do we do that? Well, there's a few ways we could do it, but I think doing it on import might be the way to go. Now, here's our little friend here. Post import, we have the scene here. And material. Scene is set children mesh material. This goes through each. Finds mesh instance. Okay. So what could we do here? We could look at see the way you really want to do this is you want to fix this in Blender. I think for now we're just gonna have to suffer with the kitchen cabinets not being right. Let's prioritize some rational changes here. So what we'll do is we're gonna delete this one, and then we're gonna put this one in its place. So look at how off it is, though. Everything about this is wrong. We're snapping on twos now. And therefore, and is that because of where I brought it in at? Oh, God. Heaven help us. So let's go. Okay. And then you, my friend, are 1. Okay, so the cabinet's just going to be a floater right now. Are we on the same? Yep, bro. Okay. So we have a floating cabinet, but we're going to ignore that. We're going to do the same for the fridge. Fridge is now going to be outside of the wall a little bit. Okay. So now our data should be good. I know this doesn't, it probably doesn't make any sense to what you're like, what are you talking about? You're just moving meshes around. Oh, we have to do has. Yeah, we'll just return a null array if there's nothing. So I can't do null though, right? No. So just do an empty array. Nick, have a good night. Good one. Okay. So in front of us, come on, bros. Oh, we got to use our yep. Global positions to offset. And Z. And then over here on our game code, we can get rid of any sort of weird stuff like, okay. So this is just character position plus forward. Okay, and then go like this. There we go. So we have the countertop and the wall cabinet. Okay. So now, I know this seems strange. What is he doing? What the hell is he doing? Okay, so now we can say we can change the icon for our interact. Now, what is he talking about? I have this little up in the corner here. I know, guys. I know everything looks weird right now. It's okay. Everyone just relax. But we have this thing up here. Now, imagine this is over the player, okay? And imagine it represents the facing buttons of the controller, okay? Just imagine that's what's going on here. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have man, got my mom's ashes today. It's probably why I'm a little bit off. All right. And if we go over here, we should have like the fridge. Yeah. So there's the fridge. Okay. Dude, this UID problem, this happens randomly. Where suddenly we get all these... We're not a typed array. So it's just an array. It works! Okay, so now we're back in business. And again, I know it's very hard to tell what I'm talking about. So let's get the UI to do what we want it to do. Okay. So what have we done today? Because everything seems to be the same. Well, we've got rid of our physics movement because that was giving us all kinds of headaches that we didn't want to deal with. We've got a data structure that's designed around the placement of meshes. So, it's actually created off of the level design itself. It creates an array of vector coordinates, vector 2, it's a dictionary, right? And you just look up right here, like what can I do, basically, right? And then that changes the hot wheel of whether or not it's even going to show up or not. And if it is, what buttons are available based on the types of things and other information that will garner from it, the state of it or something like that. Something's being baked or cooked or whatever the heck we want to call it, right? So, so that's what's going on. Now we have all these collision masks that we could probably get rid of, although I think I might keep them for particles, like if we have water that's like bouncing off of it or something. I don't know. Probably get rid of it. Not 100% sure yet. Regardless, let's get the UI stuff going. So here is our UI for our stuff. This is our little friend here. Let's make him a little bit bigger. Quite small. Now it's quite large. That seems fine. Okay, that'll work for now. Then we're just going to slap this bad boy over the player, and we're going to show and hide it based on the state. This is for the button faces overall, but the entire grid itself needs to be hidden or shown based on status of the states of things. Are we even caring about that right now? No, this is UI. Dude, Godot is, I don't know, 4.5 is a little jank. There's a little bit, I'm noticing a little bit of weirdness. There's some weirdness with the UIDs and references to UIDs getting all, not invalidated, but it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. What? Is it that I had the wrong... Oh, I'm in game. Blaming Godot. What is my dumb ass? Okay. Now it's dynamic. And we just need to update the position of this over the player. Now we need to get the position based off of the do I ask the camera? Do we have to get the projection? Ugh. Unproject. Okay. That's not bad, guys. For now. Okay. So now we need to put things in things. And have things that you move. Okay. It's easy. It's easy. Let's do a commit before we get too deep into this. Greg. Do a shout out to Greg. Brother from another mother. I guess get objects at and can move to are kind of the same thing. If there's an object, we can't move there, right? So if we get a non-null array back, that's enough for us to know whether or not. And then we don't have to call it twice. Okay, so oops. I'm making level design tools that will make it easy to prototype, and half my pinball stuff is done because pinball is easy, to be honest, with the built-in physics engine. So yeah. Did you get Yooka-Laylee to actually play it, or were you just watching videos? Okay. I was just watching videos, but him hopping off the ball, walking around is what inspired the little arms and legs for my pinball guy. Yeah. I was going to get it and then stream it, but I'm intimidated by the 4K capture card I bought that is still in its box. Understandable. Understandable. Dude, if I could, I'd still be running streaming and everything on hardware that's 10 years old. But OSs make that as hard as possible to continue to do. Even Linux. And NVIDIA drivers, blah, 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 blah. It's the whole thing. But I wish I had that. I'm full of jealous rage. Maybe my my money making baking game will be the ticket to my my desires. All right. So now we have a dynamic menu. Dynamic menu. Okay, so let's really break this down into. By the way, we got to find a new Godot theme. We got to have a cozy Godot theme for our cozy Godot editor themes. Someone's got them out there. It's not an Elgato, it's an El Cheapo. Nice. Yeah, I got these USB. Is it like a USB thing? Oh no, you said graphics card. Capture card. Okay. I use just like a cheap USB. Like this camera right here is being captured from HDMI, from a camcorder in HDMI to like a USB HDMI converter. And then I have, for video game capture, I have a thing that strips out HDCP. And so I can go to really cheap HDMI capture from that. So it's a video splitter that breaks the laws of copy protection, the rules of copy protection. Technically violates probably the DMCA. Be cool if they had pictures of the themes inspired by this. Godot Dracula theme. Is there a light version of it? I'm not going to fudge around with this. I literally cannot follow any of the words you are saying and know nothing about it. Used to run all the televisions for a premium cruise line. Dracula is dark. Okay. So we're ready, guys. So now we're gonna bake bread, right? That's what we decided we were gonna do. So, well, we moved away from the physics character movement. We're gonna go to press and hold for movement. I don't have that going just yet. But originally I was tapping to move everywhere, and I'm like, why am I doing that? Like, this ain't no... I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking with that. So, press and hold. We can now detect when we're interacting with or up against something, and we're not using physics anymore. So this is just using the data of the layout, the meshes in the kitchen layout. I don't know, look at him all. He's kind of, it's like he's holding in a poop. He's like, this is like when you're walking and you're like prairie dogging it. It's a little too late already and you're trying to get there without having an accident. You're like, don't touch the chonies. Don't touch the chonies. Come on. We can get there. We can get there. Oh, Lord. Defo turtle head. Yeah. Come on. Come on. You're a grown man. Damn it. Come on. He's not sweating. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm not speaking from experience. This is from a friend told me his experience. So I'm just relaying what he experienced. He also has 2 kids, just like me. Right. So, in order to bake, let's look up a French bread recipe. All recipes. They have destroyed this site, by the way. They had this genius idea. Used to track your recipes in All Recipes. And they're like, you know what? We're going to have our own follow your, like, keep track of your recipes on something called My Recipes. So they basically broke their app, which is really just, you know, a website. And you have to sign in here now. And they've disassociated the two, but you still have to use both. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. So stupid. I've never pooped my pants after eating 4 cheeseburgers on the way home on a 40-minute drive from Casino in 2009. I don't even know why you would suggest that. Who knows? That's cornmeal. Is that so it doesn't stick on the... That sounds like a quitter's solution for bread sticking on something when you're baking it. Cornmeal, so flour, yeast, salt. So we're gonna go as I don't want, the word's not pedantic. What is the word in a gameplay? We are literally gonna say, yeah, you gotta do all of it. You gotta grab the flour, put the flour in. You gotta do the dry yeast. You gotta do the salt. Gotta do the water. You gotta blend it. You gotta let it rise. Should we do it that way? And I think what we'll do is we'll pop the recipe up. Now this is cool because we could sell a cookbook with the game. I don't know if this gameplay, we're just gonna try it. We're gonna try this most like granular gameplay you could fucking imagine. But we'll have the recipe show up in the corner, and it's like you got to get your mise en place. Like you got to go grab everything, and like get it all together. And so it's about like getting a tray maybe, and then putting everything on the tray and bringing the tray over, and then selling merch for day 5. Hell yeah. We can make it so you could add your own recipes. The problem with that is like, it'd be like, okay, well, we're not building a physics engine here, so I don't know what that would end up looking like. So it's kind of like, hey, pick what it would look like, because I don't know. Is this just a really complex recipe management system? Yeah, so okay, so we're going to introduce the concept of recipes. Yeah, I think so too. So, recipe. Terrible sentence structure today, Greg. Fantastic work, Greg. Okay. And so our first recipe is French bread. French bread is dope. Good God, man. I could eat a whole loaf of French bread. Just give me French bread and some butter, and that thing's gone. I don't even need to toast it. I don't need to do anything. Just cut it up, put butter on that thing. Oh, God. We're set for the day. Just me and a loaf of French bread going for a walk. That sounds like heaven right there. You leave me and my French bread alone. Like, my baguette. Punk. Oh my God. So, okay, so recipes. We're going to go granular recipe. So, do we care? Is the recipe a checklist or is it a suggestion? And like you could screw it up. Oh, did I close Godot? Do we make it so you could screw the recipe up? I think the baking process is the thing we want to make that it's something like you can screw up. I just got to put on a terrible diet called the low FODMAP diet, and it sucks. But also could eat an entire loaf of French bread. I've often eaten whole loaves of garlic bread also. Dude, garlic bread. French bread's trip to Milan and Minsk. Erotic trip to Milan and Minsk. That's when you make a garlic bread right there. Why am I so choppy right now? Are we losing frames? We seem to be okay right now. That means we've introduced a delay on the stream. Frames missed. Skipped frames. So we're almost 3 seconds off on our stream. 3-second delay here, guys. Okay. So now we have complicated things by introducing the idea of recipes. So let's just go ham on this, guys. So this is going to be on main. We're going to say this is a resource, and we're going to add it. We're going to call it recipes. A recipe. Resource. And then on top of that, we're going to have an ingredient. So recipe is just an array of ingredients. Right? This isn't very complicated. Dude, why am I so choppy right now? What's going on? FPS. What is eating up my FPS right now? All recipes. It's this fudging thing. Already screwing everything up. Way to go. Way to go. Let's close this out. Is that what was doing it? Bro, that's what was doing it. Modern web, guys. Modern web. Lovely stuff. We're at 93% memory right now. Excellent work. Godot engine chewing it up. Chewing the fat. Oh, we have 2 Godots running. That could also contribute to some weirdness. Don't save. We're going to go over to the other Godot. Cricket's screwing everything up. Resources. Reload from disk. Okay, so we have recipe resource. We're going to go create another one here. Ingredients. And we're just using this like a data structure. And that's not how you spell ingredient. No doubt I got that wrong. This is cricket we're talking about after all. This guy had to look up what a verb was not 2 hours ago. He's an idiot. Hey, you say, hopefully I don't come off like some sort of expert. Like a phony baloney. All right, extends class name. Ingredient resource. Okay. And ingredient is going to include what? Var export. Oh, it's just my deep-seated fears. I don't like teaching, says the guy who homeschools his daughter. Specifically, what I mean to say is, from a source of expertise or to claim that I know something, I find especially with game development and everything, it's constantly changing what I think about things. And so stating that I think something is X, Y, or Z is very temporary. It's not permanent. What the absolute truths of game development? I don't know. Amount. Now, amount is a weird one, and we're dealing with fractions as well. So name is an absolute with an ingredient resource. So just name string, and we're probably going to need enumeration for this. Because we're going to probably have a type. Possibly. For now, we'll say it's an integer. As all enums are. Now. We might need to go one layer deep on that. Ingredients, so a recipe is a name. And it's just a list of ingredients for now. Ingredients is an array of ingredient resources, and then we have the name of the recipe. Redstone, what's up? Let's do a shout out to Redstone. Something's burning in the kitchen. I'm going to make sure that people are taking care of whatever's burning. Be right back. Please enjoy this view of the surface of Mars from one of the rovers. Shep's next to me right now. He's just hanging out. This guy will find any excuse. And the music stopped. Of course, I walked away. Of course. Dude, man, you ever get a boot up of Windows and you just know it's rotten to the core? And it's just like, well, crap, I should just restart the computer because whatever's going on is like Windows had some sort of like heart attack about something. All right. Let's go back to all recipes. French loaf, baby. Mungalo, how's it going? We're looking up recipes right now. So, cups, tablespoon, type. So that could be it. Type and then amount, which would be a float. So type will be something like teaspoon, tablespoon, etc. We're not, oh God, we're going to deal with conversions and shit. Oh God, help us. Cup. What happened? I don't know what happened there. Cup. Tablespoon. Teaspoon. Tisp. Quantity. So then can you sell like PDFs with your game? I know you can sell albums, soundtracks on Steam, but can you sell things like PDFs? Fiera, dude, you've been, dude, Fiera, I thought you were long gone.
You think it's cool?
It's cool.
It's not cool.
Mega stream, dude. Your hours. You're putting in hours. Fiera's Godot's most bouncy streamer. Working on a game that's terrifying. Deals with insects. Primarily the bitey, stingy kind. Today I had to lock in. The massive refactor. Ah, yeah. You were gonna be in a broken state if you didn't get it done. Yeah, we got some stuff done too here. Let me show you what's up. I'm listening to that same mix again. I can't stop listening to it. There's like, I heard this like a million times. But we got our player controller movement is okay right now, and we have we can detect when we're going up against something that has that we can like grab things out of. And we were just talking about the game's mechanics and like what are we actually going to do. And so I was like, you know what? I want to see how granular we can get with the gameplay. So I'm imagining that you are literally grabbing like all the ingredients. Oh, Overcooked? Yeah. Hopefully this is more of a chill Overcooked. And I was imagining when something's in the oven that it basically has a picture-in-picture view. I was thinking I was like, well, you only see what's in the oven in the picture-in-picture if you're looking at it like this. But if you're looking this way, it goes away. I was like, is that fucked up to do it that way? Where you have to like actually look at the but I think when something's in the oven, we'll just have a picture-in-picture of what's baking in the oven. So while you're doing other stuff, you can be like, oh, gotta get it out. Don't worry about the cabinet. That's a temporary thing. It's for our data work. Give it the option all the time. If someone could decorate something while their bread bakes and then be able to check on it remotely, that's the dream. I know, it's like the fantasy of baking. Yeah. So even, I like the idea that, say, you mentioned decorating, again, granular, right? So when you're decorating a cake, bam, we zoom into something where you're like literally piping on the cake and like maybe even doing a crumb coat or whatever. How hard do we want to make the fondant, laying the fondant physics of the game? Make a cooking game where every recipe takes the real amount of time to bake. It's the sim. It's the baking sim. Is there a baking? I don't think there's a baking sim. There's got to be a baking. There's got to be like the Power Wash equivalent of a baking game, right? Because if not, that's probably what I should be making. The baking sim. Overcooked. Overcooked is more of a relationship killer. So there's some glitches right now, like we can go in between things, but we're not going to worry about that right now. So we got rid of the physics engine, and everything's using just a data struct to look up what we can and cannot walk by and stuff. That's why this is happening. We need to be on twos, basically a 2 grid, 2x2 grid, and so right now we're on a 1x1, and so any of the 2x2 objects, which is basically everything, you see. So we got to fix that, but it's not hugely important right now. Bakery simulator that shows up as the first result on Google. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting rid of physics, although I may keep them for particles. I think you need to keep them for particles generally. So it's got mixed reviews. Bakery simulator. Let's get all judgy about it. Use recipes inspired by. Ooh. Wow, this. I don't want to be judgmental. And who knows what I actually end up doing with my stuff. But if you're going to do the ruled paper, then the writing needs to look like print. and it doesn't even line up with anything. If you're gonna, this implies a grid, and then you don't even use it. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. This is all pretty cool. Huh. Wow, that's look at that. Look at that reflective. Jesus. Half of those assets are full realism metallic shader. Turns the lights off in his UE project so his computer fans stop going turbo. I don't get like 95% of Unreal devs use motion blur for every kind of game. I think it's just the defaults and they don't ever think to change it. I believe that's probably it. There's, you know, that picture of the teapot someone was selling on Craigslist. This game looks like it probably had 10k sales though, so who are we to judge? Oh, I didn't even check the sales. 100k, sorry, 100k. I know how to read. Yeah, no, that's quite a lot of reviews. The driving thing is a weird choice. It's buggy. So it's just a fleece. Super buggy. Gives you motion sickness. Playing Micro Machines. Delivery thing is a weird... That's a weird... I mean, if you have a bakery, if you have a retail space, whatever you want to call it, for a bakery, somebody else is doing that delivery. That's just bizarre. A lot of it is the slop. They all get their assets from the free drops in the Unreal store, gather a bunch of them and throw them together. Yeah, it does look like it had a lot of love put into it. They had a free asset, traffic simulator asset, and had to put it to use. I could see that. Who are we to judge? Okay. Recipe, resource, ingredients of an array of ingredients, quantity. So for instance, if we're going to say that something has, let's just do an example. In our world of this data, if something is a half a cup, then the type equals type cup, and the amount is 0.5, right? So that's a half cup. Whoops, we want that to be equals. So that's pretty straightforward, right? And then the type, and then the name of the ingredient. And I think that this is actually going to be a, heaven help me, this is going to be a reference to another resource that is just an array of different no, the amount, yes, it needs to be an array. So really, okay, hang on a second. Mad Chirpy,
cool.
thank you for the raid.
Cool?
Yeah, cool.
You think it's cool?
Let me check out what you're doing.
It's not cool.
We do official shout out here. We were just talking about is there a power wash simulator of baking games, and we found one on Steam. You've got stuff on Steam. What do we got going on here? Oh yeah. Okay. I don't feel like we've met before on the dev space. Let me get you a shout out, an official shout outs thing going here. And I need to be doing my cool voice thing that I'm not doing anymore. Man, Chirpy. Thank you for the raid. Thanks everybody for coming in. Now, is this a wish list or is this a... Yeah, it is a wish list. I gotta log in.
Shut up and take my money.
Holy shit. Thank you so much. Hang on a second. Let me figure out what happened. Second favor, thank you so much. We're at a hype train level 3. That's a thing that happens on Twitch, and I totally understand hype trains, and I know what they are, for sure. And I that's just like a thing. I still don't quite get it. All right, let me do an exclamation point, Mad Chirpy, and make sure this is working. And then we got to put a little note that they stream. Give me just a second here, and then we'll get on that. Whoops, I'm going back to the. I wanted to see what you're working on today too. I'm still trying to get my stuff in order here. So notes, I put a little star next to streamers real quick, just so I have it for future reference in the chat. Give me a second. A little star. There we go. Save it. All right. Now we're done. Yeah, no, I appreciate the is the hype train in the room with us? It is. Chirpy making a point and click horror game looks great. I think I've been here through some Conrad raids, but first time I had the chance to raid you myself. I really appreciate it. Kedor, thank you. Been working on the save system, real fun stuff. Oh yeah, dude. So what are you working in? Let's see. Let me go to the actual videos here. Of course, a beard that I can be envious of. 9-hour stream, dear God. Let's see. Let's go forward.
Like we would post in the
key.
Looks like we're in Unity. Perhaps. Maybe Godot with C#.
That's why I'm just gonna draw this instead.
I don't have beard envy. That's not a thing that I have.
That is probably true. I'm probably loading.
Ace Sprite for the art. Nice. Okay, cool.
Because I'm gonna load like the fucking references to images.
Now let me make sure I get a follow in here. I gotta get in on my my actual login.
But then I need to make a database, don't I? Do I want to make a database?
You don't need a database. I'm just jumping in. Nah, you're fine. Okay, got the follow in. Excellent. Well, thanks again for the raid. Let me do the official fun little voice thing. Shout out to Mad Chirpy. There we go. All right, we're all set. Everything's in order. It's becoming, this whole thing now is becoming like a, it's like I have to wash my hands and knock on the door, like shut the door, open the door, lock it 3 times thing. It's it's turning into quite an affair. Well, to be fair, I think it's kind of fun. Hit my follower girl there too. Oh, sweet. Glad I get out. This is the fun part of the save system. This is where the fun begins. You gotta start having what is that, episode 3? Is that an episode 3 reference? He calls an array of objects a database. Oh, okay. He's not doing SQL queries. All right. That sounds like me. That sounds like
Miss Cricket's trying to get a hold of you.
All right. Well, just to give a quick rundown, today what we did was we stripped out, our character movement, please ignore the butt shot. Everything's janky right now, but our character controller for now, these are all just assets from KKit on itch. But our character controller is no longer using physics for movement. So we built a data struct.
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Kedor. I appreciate that. So we've built a data structure, and so our movement is based on a 2D grid, and we're using the kitchen layout. So basically, if we, I can show you my daughter's layout. Actually, I should load that up because she made a kitchen, although she went all out. So I almost don't want to show it because it's embarrassing how much more involved it is than mine, and I can't have that. That her kitchen is better looking than mine. Oh, Firefox crashed again. There goes the music. The music died again. So this is her kitchen. She is 8 years old. So her kitchen making skills might not be as good as mine. Mine are amazing. Hers, I mean, come on. When this doesn't look like anything compared to mine. I don't know. I came back. I was like, okay, here's how you move things around. Here's how you rotate it. And then I came back and she's like, look what I made. And I was like, oh my God, this is mine. She did way better than you. Shh. Mine is pragmatic. This is programmer art. So anyways, this is her kitchen. Crap. So this is gonna be Animal Crossing Killer. Or why is it so adorable? Mine is a developer level. Hers is an actual one. Hamster Hammer, how's it going? So, but yeah, so anyways, it uses the position of the mesh to determine what elements you can interact with. The meshes themselves are objects. you know, Godot objects or whatever, the imports, we have a script attached to them. So basically when you drag a cabinet in, you're dragging a cabinet in, right? It's not just a mesh. It is a cabinet, and it's going to have the behavior associated with it, thusly. So we were looking at bread recipes. So we were talking about granularity with the game, and I was talking about how I want to go real granular and just see how low level can we get with like the baking process. So we were talking about doing recipes. So I was just building out sort of the data structure for the recipe. This is one thing that breaks my heart about Godot, is that it does not, the GDScript language itself does not have a struct. And it's the one thing I just wish they had structs. My life would be complete. Now I've done C# and Godot, but we are in GDScript right now. So struct is similar to interface. It just describes a set of data, I guess. So what do you miss about structs? I just miss being able to be like, here's how the shape of this thing is, and not having a whole class to go along with it or some other bunch of junk. It's just like, this is the structure of this data. And so I like being able to do that and have that and be like, okay, this is looking for this structure of data. And it's like, oh, that's nice. I like being able to do that and not have the weight of an entire, like, in Godot, everything is an object, and the scene tree, everything's a node. And so it's just like really heavy. And it's like, I really don't need that. I just need an array of this thing, like this data that looks like this. And so I like to be able to do that. And so I end up, you know, lightweight data. Yeah. But you end up kind of having to conceptualize the structure of it in here. And I like to be able to just say, like, at least in GDScript land, right? And I like to be able to say, it looks exactly like this. It needs this, an array of this that has a struct of whatever, you know, like, I like that. I like it a lot. I guess if you could subtype dictionaries, it would get closer to what I want. So anyways, it's a dream one day. But it's like, sometimes I don't need a resource. I don't need an object. I just need to describe some data. So let me do that, please. Like someday, hopefully we can do that. Would you prefer data type, not reference? I'm not sure exactly what the question is. I like to, as much as possible, I like to cache things or put things away and save it for a rainy day. Like mutable versus immutable. I like to be able to change it. So mutable. If I know my CS terms. I'm self-taught. I'm an idiot when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I get, is that a reference or a data type in those? A data type is like the immutable, right? So it would be a reference, like you'd create the data and then be able to poke at it and do stuff to it. That's what I'm describing. It's just to be able to describe the shape of something and then say, okay, this requires that, and then go, okay, and then it's up to you to put that together and whatnot. Anyway, so we're using what's called a resource in Godot, which I believe in Unity is it's got some sort of name. It's whatever their data stuff is, like things you can like save and grab again. No, I've been using Godot for like 5 years. I've been here a while. I've been streaming a scriptable object. That's the term. I've been streaming for 5 years. You wouldn't be able to tell by my Viewer accounts or anything like that. But I've been streaming Godot back when it was 3, I believe. I did the math, and I actually looked at some old projects, and I was like, holy crap. It was back when it was like, it was at least 3.1 or maybe 3.2. But I think it was as early as 3. It definitely wasn't 2. Teach me? No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. I don't think I'm a... I mean, I do weird things in it. Wallaber, how you doing? Let me do it. Do I have a thing for Wallaber? I do. There we go. Wallaber's releases games. So that's who you want to watch streaming. You don't want to watch me. Don't watch me. I saw you finish the Jam game. It looks amazing. Again, I'm not jealous. Anyways, back to what we were doing here. So yeah, I think we're gonna do recipe. I'm trying to decide, like, if we did something like this, is it something that we want to have like, can you screw it up? Right? Do we want to have that? Or is it like a checkbox system where it's like a quest in a RPG or something where you just get it right and then you're done with that part of it? Since it's a focus on baking, I like the idea that the baking is where you have to kind of like get it just right, where you're trying to brown it in a perfect way or something like that. But like I was saying, I want to try and go as granular as possible, and then we can pull it back to see what we end up with. So in this case, okay, so then we're lastly going to create a resource call, or another resource that's recipes, plural, and that will be an array of recipe. So recipes resource inherits resource. And then this is an array. Getting into dangerous territory, having a plural and a singular for the last name could easily screw that up if I'm not careful. Okay, so now we have a recipe resource. So then we could just go, we have something called data, and we'll just make a folder called recipes. And really it's just going to have one resource called recipes. And if we open this up, we should be able to start to create recipes. This is a new recipe. Recipe resource, what is this size here? Okay, I got something wrong. Okay, I think we're messed up somewhere. Recipes, singular. Let's dump it. We might need to, this might be Godot having a little bit of an aneurysm. Surely there will be zero confusion. Indeed. I'm trying to, do I model the stream after coziness? We'll see. So that's recipe resource. Here we go. So now we have name and ingredients. And then we just say ingredient resource. Okay. Yeah, so we can just use this the inspector window here to just build out recipes. This is something, a little bit of a pet peeve with navigation for Godot and resources, is I would like to be able to name, since we have an array, look what happens when we have two things. They're just indexed, right? I would like to be able to describe something here so that it's not just recipe resource, that there's some name for it, right? Instead of having the secret sauce thing where we have to open it up and look inside of it. I don't like that at all. I think that's really annoying. A cozy cardigan, rounder glasses, an always steamy mug. These are great ideas. I think coffee shop sounds in the background, like we're at like a Starbucks or something. Started using Godot 3 months ago, and yeah, that was my immediate thought. Yeah, it's disappointing. I've seen add-ons that kind of clean this up, and I think there's a UI change coming that's going to improve this a bit more too. I could be wrong. The label will be so useful. It'd be very, very useful. Yeah, but it creates like a mystery. It's like a mystery. But given that they now have, when you copy something, you can paste unique. I think it's coming because somebody is listening. Like this was something that I was like, they need to paste unique, and they did it. And so it's like, okay, cool. I think we're on the same. I think Godot is on a Blender path. I don't know how many years it's going to take, but I feel like it's going to become a Blender-esque thing, but for game development. I mean, that's why I've been using it for so long. I just love using it. It's fun to use. It's fun. It's weird. And I would say for iteration and stuff, it's very, you can rapidly iterate in it very nicely. I am a bit troubled about how, and I know that this is like unavoidable. I'm frame hiccups. Did I? Oh, it's fine now. If they bring back visual scripting, yeah. I am just disappointed about how easy it is to decompile, especially if you use GDScript, and basically open up the entire project of somebody's game, downloaded from Steam, and just see the entire contents of the game and everything like that. So even if, to me, the only way you can really protect yourself in any legitimate way to keep script kiddies away, you have to build your own custom export templates with your own encryption keys on it from a build of Godot that has obfuscation done to its source code. If you combine those two things together, you have a chance of stopping somebody from ripping your game. And the only reason why I would say that I was concerned about any of that is just the stories about people having their games ripped and then thrown onto iOS, and just people making a ton of money off of their work. So, I don't know why my camera's freezing up right now, but everything else seems to be okay, so I'm just going to ignore it. UI is annoying. Yeah, an immediate mode UI, I would be all about that. All right, Devereaux, thanks for hanging out. Let me do a shout out to Devereaux. I don't have a thing for Devereaux. I'll do a standard shout out. Devereaux is an Unreal developer and Blender artist. Really talented. I don't ever get to watch Devereaux streams anymore. Unity games get ripped every day, to be honest. It's only worth doing so much to prevent it. I agree with that. I just wish that it... I don't know. The argument of not doing anything is a bit like, well, don't lock your doors. You know, because someone could always just kick your door in. And it's like, well, I'll let you do that with your home, but I think I'll lock my doors. Thank you very much. Like, no, I'm just talking about it. There's a general attitude of like, don't do anything. Why bother? And I'm not a fan of that. I understand the frivolity of it all, but the project structure and everything of Godot and the PCKs and all that stuff, the way that it's set up makes it so turnkey to just take the contents of somebody's stuff and repackage it. We were talking about Godot itself. We were talking about Godot. I did bring it up. So, but anyways, back to work. So now we have a way of creating a recipe. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a French bread recipe. And we have our friend here from All Recipes. And we're just going to steal this blatantly. Now, what is the laws about copyright in recipes? Does anyone know? Am I committing a crime right now? If I put this recipe in my game as is. Do I have to put some story about my grandma in order for this to be allowed? So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ingredients. Yes, I'm doing this, guys. We're doing this. So we're gonna vent about lack of console support in about 10 minutes. Oh yeah. You mean just that it's not built in down here? Yeah, and yeah, I could go on. I'm not a fan of the editor. Why these aren't tabs is beyond me. This is disgusting. This is a huge waste of space compared to just using tabs. This is ridiculous. And I get you can do this, right? You can pop it out, but that would be nice. That would be nice. I do know that there's like some sort of like quick search thing now. There is a, what is it? Control R? No. What's the command window? Does anyone know the shortcut for the command window? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? This is also stupid. That I have to do this. I get why it's like, so I get that I could write a tool to not have to create these manually. I get all that, but I also don't like it. Oh, we were talking about name for ingredient, like cornmeal, flour, etc., and that maybe we have that be a drop down. That would be quite a big list. But I think we do need it to be, I think for the sake of the mechanics of the gameplay that we're doing, we're going to need to create these as things that we know about. And not just like that, right? Okay, where do we go in the kitchen to get that, right? That's not going to work. So so instead of type, let's call it something else for the actual, like whether it's a cup or whatever. What would we call that? Measurement sounds good. And you know, we spell it wrong because we're cricket, and we did horrible in education. Measurement it is. And this is measurement. Measurement's a nice word, BT dubs. Like, I like the idea of using it as like being careful about something. Like judgment. Measurement as a word to describe his measurement was good. Like, he's really good at like judging things. but like from a, you know, well, let's bring that. Let's use that to describe people more often. It's good measurement. Still no tabs. NVim. I know I did use NVim, but everyone got mad at me about that too. I have a very hostile chat typically, Fiera, you'll find. Mr. D-Boy suffers from the same problem, generally. It's not like that right now. I'm not saying anybody's being like that right now. But oftentimes I tend to generate a very hostile... I don't know what it is that I'm doing that causes that, but it comes. I guess what I need to do is just sort of put certain things on mute and not engage in it. Dude, Mr. D-Boy chat I saw once was so unhinged. Like bullying him was crazy. Yeah, he's dealing with it right now. No Imperial. I know. That's what I was already talking about that. I'm like, crap, do I need to have conversions? I probably do. This is a very North American centric released game. Make it a toggle. Yeah, I got to do conversions and stuff. It's going to be a nightmare. You know the other thing that Wallaber does that's incredibly smart. I don't know if he's realizing that it's smart or not, but he's a smart dude. So, but Wallaber is tied to the soundtrack of the game in a very intelligent way, because, and this is on the Steam YouTube channel, the Steam Works stuff. But if you sell the soundtrack of your game on your Steam for the Steam page or whatever, that counts. They look at that and they're like, that's a sell. It doesn't matter that it wasn't the game. Steam's like, hell yeah, dude. And it just thinks about that the next time it's going to recommend your game or anything. It's like that game's like, we got to sell the soundtrack. Cool. We're going to recommend. So I feel like de facto, you should just put the soundtrack of your game, if you can, as something to sell on your Steam, because it only helps overall with the Steam mind algorithm, where it's like, yeah, heck yeah. So I'm going to try and do something like that. Hopefully we could do something like that. No plan ahead conversion is one equation. I do think for baking purposes, weights is probably the way to go. So we should probably convert any recipe over to weights. I think that for good baking, you want to weigh. You don't want to measure. So, and we're not going to have like an altitude for the game. We don't have to think that hard about baking. Okay, so now we have measurement. We have an amount. And this is just an example. I was just putting that there as an example of how this data would work, right? So this is half a cup, right? Make sense? Okay, so the other thing is name is now, what do we call this? What do we call this? Do we just do an enum? We don't need another resource. And we just make a giant enum. I think probably that's the way to go. So, oh, this is a nightmare. This is stupid. Bujapa? I hope I'm saying that remotely close to correct. And hopefully I'm not saying something super offensive if I say hello. All good. All right. I'm going to call you B from now on. feel like that's a little less embarrassing on my behalf. Yeah, we'll make it an enum. Now, I don't know what the Godot behavior is going to be for any of this. Let's open up the recipe again. So we have an array here. We can pop this out, make floating. So this makes this a little bit easier to deal with, but still kind of a nightmare. So now we have cornmeal. Okay. Flour. And this will actually help with translation, because we can just have a lookup. So I have a dictionary that uses the enum and then a string that we can have translate. Actually, we could use the it doesn't matter. Flour, yeast, salt. You know what? Since we're baking, I'm guessing there's not going to be a lot of too much going on here. Egg white. Okay. That's all that. Now let's go back to the recipe stuff. And I like the idea that you... So we're trying to make this a cozy thing. I want to make it a social game. So pedantic levels of baking. Maybe we do it where after you do the recipe a few times, you sort of memorize it, and your guy can kind of autopilot it. I don't know, but I don't know. I want to try this. I just want to see what it ends up like if we do this way. We're not going to add the additional water. I know what that's for, but... So I'm going to mess with your thoughts a bit. I'm kind of new to game dev. Since I'm a software dev, how do you guys think while creating a game? I'm just struggling at how to look at my game and project when developing it. If it seems overwhelming, break it down into smaller parts and try to work it back to an actionable thing. There's going to be, I mean, so since you're coming from software development, there's some things that aren't going to be like a blank problem for you. But if you remember learning to program in the early, like when you first learned to program, it's very much like learning a language. You'll get stuck on things. Are probably easier for people if they're really wanting to learn and they use an LLM and don't use it to just give them the answer. But there's that part where you're just completely lost and you don't even know the words to use to describe what it is you're trying to do necessarily, and you can't think outside the bounds of what you're able to do. That, I guess, will happen a lot initially. I mean, the game loop itself is something to know about, that you collect inputs, you change the state of the world, and then you draw that change. That's like the core of like a game engine, is what's going on there. And then, if you're in a game engine, knowing where that's all happening and how that's all happening is kind of important. But I'm not really answering your question. I would say if you're feeling overwhelmed, you need to scope back and start smaller. And if that doesn't work, scope back and start smaller, and scope back and start smaller, and keep going smaller and smaller and smaller until you can achieve something. And then I say, like, for just like game design in general and stuff, like doing like GDC and reading like interviews with devs, like game designers and stuff. There's a really good Soren Johnson. Is that his name? the guy who did Civ 3, he has a good podcast called Designer Notes. And this has some good interviews with like a lot of industry people. And he actually, there's a lot of fluff in it where he's asking like, hey, what's the first video game you remember? Blah, 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 blah. But then he'll, every once in a while, there's like a really good nugget in here of information. And there's some really good interviews in this that will help you like in terms of like actually making games. Oh, there's a whole thing about Trump here. Okay, it doesn't really talk about Trump. But yeah, it's really good stuff. It's a good podcast. All audio quality is hit and miss, that's for sure. And his interview style is not the best, but because he's a developer, that he hits on things from a decent spot. There's also there's a good podcast from the DICE. I think it's the DICE podcast. They have some decent interviews in there. No, what's the it's an industry podcast from whoever does a lot of the recognition. DICE Awards. Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences. They have a podcast that's good. For like the design side of thing. Here it is. Game Maker's Notebook is what it's called. This is decent. Again, a lot of these, they just don't talk that much. They don't touch on game making when they're like, it's sometimes infuriating. I'll be honest. Because I'm just like, ask them this! For God's sake! So, but it's still good stuff. Damn, I didn't realize they had,
Please sit down and have fun! Just sit down and have fun, damn it!
Nope. Let me see. I don't know who, I gotta look at the thing real quick. It's kind of a philosophical question, thanks for that, but I kind of feel the mindset I have now, how I create normal projects non-game is pulling me back.
Bruh.
Yeah, B, thanks for the follow. It's hard, especially if you come from, I will say, if you come from web development, it's poison. And so, like, that way of thinking is not, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Because web development is all about overthinking problems, it feels like. And so I find myself still falling into that trap. So, I mean, web development right now is how can we piecemeal out delivering HTML, CSS, and Java to a browser? Well, let's virtualize the DOM. Let's put everything on a bunch of cloud servers that all run different things and blah, 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 blah. It's a fudging nightmare right now. And it's just like, most of it, in my opinion, is completely unnecessary. Are you shit talking my dev history? I'd like to join in. Oh, dude. But web development is people always say don't reinvent the wheel when I'm doing stuff, and it's like, you know what? I know what that looks like. It's called web development. Web development is constantly just like, hey, where could we put the terminal now? Like, what is a server? It's like constantly just like just rethinking. It's like, we figured this out already, god damn it. We don't have to do it over again. Anyways, what if we had a JavaScript server that ran a virtualized machine that served Goddamn. I mean, I'm not even this all. You could just, you know what it is? It's like Mad Libs. You could just Mad Lib something, and eventually in web development history, it will have or has been a thing. That's what web development feels like to me. But anyways, it's good stuff. I'm getting all shaky because I'm like having. It's like Nam. Okay, so one tisp of cornmeal, 6 cups of flour, yeast, 2. We're just gonna say 2 packages, 2 quantity yeast, salt is tisp. And 1.5 tisp. And then we're going to say water, cup, 2. And then egg white, quantity 1. I don't know if we're going to do the wash. Although I'm guessing that's kind of critical for French bread because you get that crisp outer part that's so baller. And then why do we have cornmeal again? Oh yeah, we'll get rid of this. I'm surprised there's no oil to like work with it, but I'm not a bread guy, so I don't know. Are we gonna have to have baking streams where we bake these recipes? Just as like a way of keeping it going. Okay, so now we've got our French bread recipe. And I know. A little powdered dash. Man, who is that baker on Food Network? I think some of the guys will know what I'm talking about. Was it Gianna? Good God. That was that was a very distracting, very distracting chef. It's hard to focus. They knew what they were doing with that. They knew what was happening there. Her head was like 10 times bigger than the rest of her body, though. She definitely had like modern Disney princess proportions. It was very odd. Anyways, and the way she said mozzarella. So we do know what I'm talking about. Oh man, it was always like, you know, the setting of her in baking environment. I think it was at her house, but it was always like, it felt like it was just going to be like, oh hey hun, you have a hard day at work. It was like candles and like really low lit stuff, and it's just like, this feels like the start of something besides a baking show, but okay, I'm going along for the ride. Anyways, gotta get off that topic. Okay, so I think at this point I'm gonna look at where we're at. I want to say thanks to everyone for hanging out tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I gotta be able to play with the kids. My stream schedule is a little bit different now because of we're gonna raid somebody. So if you want to go, I understand. Who are we gonna raid? JD is going. JD is going. We got almost 30 of you hanging out. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the raids today. Thank you for the subs, Greg. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly generous of you. Thanks for all the new follows today. And Mad Chirpy, thank you for the raid. Fiora, thank you for the raid. Irregular Human, thank you for the raids. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Conrad. Let me do a shout out to Conrad. I forgot to do a shout out to Conrad. Will we be able to bake these recipes? Yes, I would like to be able to have that be how the game is. But again, I don't know. We're going to mess around with the granularity of the gameplay and just see where the fun is. There's a link to Conrad's Steam page for his games. Also doing streaming of the game on here as well on Twitch. Bracken Music is doing some music. Boolean's going. Let's do. You know what? We got so many people. It'd be fun to bomb somebody who's small. Let's find a small dev and just like surprise them. I think that'd be cool. Godot. Yeah, I was streaming on Twitch before there was a Godot thing. I remember when the Godot official channel got created, and I was like, one day they're gonna host me, and that never happened. It's a little bitter about that. I was like rating Godot developers and trying to find them before there was even a tag and all of this stuff, and then Godot official never. That was whatever. I'm fine. I'm not bitter about it. Okay, so what are we doing? Procedural fish. Goblins and grog. We try this. Solomon Gumball. Solomon Grundy. What is that from? Did I just say something bad? Okay. We'll do Solomon Gumball. I'm not following Solomon. Okay. The raid has been created. Much love to everybody out there. Thank you for hanging out. Be safe. Give your loved ones a look. If there's somebody that you love that you haven't called in a while, give them a call. Tell them you love them. Check up on people, your friends. Maybe there's somebody from a long time ago that you're like, I wonder what they're doing. And you're not following them on Facebook, so you don't know they're racist yet. Give them a call and find out. Anyways. Oh no, it got too real. It got too real. Space Station Silicon Valley. Oh, that sounds great. All right. I will, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, starting at noon, my time, Mountain Time. See you then. Bye.